Ba-da-bam, ba-da-bam. Bam, ba-da-bam, ba-da-bam. We are going live. Bam, ba-da-bam, ba-da-bam. Let me see. Let me see. If everything is in order, all the buttons are pushed, all the levers are pulled, all the controls are in place, maybe. Para-para-pam. Para-para-pam. I think so. Yeah. I'm here. Hello. Hi. Hello. So this morning I worked a bit on some of the bugs that we had in the list, and I fixed this one. So this one we can tick it off. No, sorry, this one. This one we can tick it off. This one actually I think is okay, with the only exception of the three that we have seen are like a bit lit up, but at the moment I'm not gonna spend more time on that. So we're gonna keep it as it is. So you will have a bit of a glow entry in the night, but I think it's pretty nice anyway. Yes, and I want to go through the list of all the others, maybe, or anyway, a bit of them, not all of them, but also I was investigating a bit on the login screen. Sorry, the loading screen. Because actually today when you join the game you have this period in which you are just flying into the sky, you know, and nothing is happening, and the player may get confused, and also you may start to like drop items in the void, and that would not be very nice, or he may start to try to move and not. So I think it's a bit confusing for the player. He doesn't understand what is going on. And I was searching for a solution for loading screens in the past, and I don't know why sometimes in a real engine very simple things can be complex, but I would say sometimes also very complex things are simple, which is great. So sometimes there is stuff like, if you think to the dynamic loading of our levels is completely automatized, and I mean is already done for us. So we basically have nothing to do than just put on a million levels, and they are all going to be loaded dynamically in a good way. So that's a good example of a complex thing that is handled automatically. But there are other things that are kind of simple, like you say, oh, a loading screen. Why I cannot have a loading screen? And yeah, I cannot have a loading screen. No, I mean we can, but the loading screen is not that easy to do, because I can explain you a bit what is happening. No, this one I don't want to see it anymore. This one should be forgotten. So what is happening is that basically when the game starts, right? When the game starts, the server and the client. So the server is loading all the maps. So basically here you have all the maps loaded, but is sending to the client a message to load only the maps that are really required, right? Based on the position. So let's say that based on character position, we are going to load only certain maps, right? Depending on your location. Usually the ones that are around you. So everything that is around you is kind of loaded. And now we have certain maps that are very quick to load. So basically is instant. There are other maps that require some time. And so like the main city. And so the player may be in this kind of flying thing. Now the problem of the loading screen is that there is not, or at least I didn't find a single point of entry where the world is loaded, right? Now we can search it again, but I didn't really find it. So I would like to trigger, you know, somehow when the world is actually loaded. And I didn't find anything proper, you know, on the web. I'm still searching a bit. So let me see this one. This guy is suggesting you can simply hook your game mode, code begin play. It's called when the world is initialized. Even if it's level is stream, you can use these events. Get level streaming, get world map name. Yeah, this is the first problem, that you need to know which map is loaded at that time. And then there is this on level loaded. Yeah, so you basically need to know when the level is loaded, and that would be a bit too easy, you know, if we add it. But this on level loaded is interesting anyway. Let me just check if I go into any level. Can be, yeah, can also be our persistent level. And let me see if I can override on level loaded. Actually seems not. I don't know why, but you see that it's not here. Anyway, I found a kind of another solution, which I think it may work. I just need to think about it a bit, but because you see that begin play, right? So this guy is saying to use the begin play. But if you look at our logs, right? If you look at our logs, the begin play is here, right? I don't know, at this point. But after this point, there is a million stuff that is happening, right? Million stuff. And the level is actually loaded only really down here, but like 10 seconds later. So the begin play is not the way to do it. It's not the way to do it. So what I find out, and I was just working on it this morning, what I found out is that we can have and let me recompile it, we can have the list of levels that the server is sending to the client and is asking him to load. So we know, and this I managed to do it already, okay? I managed to do it this morning. Yes, the idea is to implement a picture, yes, or a loading screen. The problem is when to remove it, right? So I can put a screen, right, with a nice picture, but you know, this screen, I can put it on as soon as the client starts, but I don't know when to remove it. So the point is understanding when the loading has been completed. That is the question, right? When the loading has been completed. And considering that we are working with a dynamic loading, so something that is happening pretty much on the fly, right? It's not that easy to know, right? Because it's not that you are always going in the same map or the time to load is always the same. I mean, you cannot just say, oh, wait 10 seconds and then remove the loading screen. Or wait, I don't know, the character is in this position, because every time will be different. Sometimes you will be loading in the main city, sometimes you will be loading in the Death Realm, sometimes you will be loading at the Bronze Doors. So the problem is knowing when the loading is actually completed, and at that point remove the loading screen, right? Like basically any game is doing. So every game is doing like that. We even had a progress bar at the bottom, if you remember, in the old game, because we knew exactly the difference. There is that we were loading ourselves, right? And so okay, so so to do that, I need to do the following things. I need to identify which maps are getting sent to the client. I need to get for each map the information if it's loading or not. And I need to wait, let's say, a certain amount of time that those maps are loaded or not. And when they finish loading all of them, so all the needed maps, then I can finally remove the loading screen. Okay, so that's a kind of a sequence of events that needs to happen, right? So the first complex part was to understand how to get the list of maps that is getting loaded. And actually, I think I found a reasonably good way. So basically, from the player itself, you can get a reference to the world, and it is on the client side, okay? So we are already on the client. We get a reference to the world. We get all the streaming levels. And with all the streaming levels, I mean this list. In our case is 104 or something levels. Most of them are empty, by the way, but and from this list, you see that I put this true and false, asking to the streaming level mechanism, or let's say service, which ones are needed on the client side and which one are still loading, right? And as you can see, for example, here, there are a few, like the Black Flame level, I don't know why it's getting loaded, but anyway, it's getting loaded, and the main Hitler level is getting loaded, right? Now, I refined a bit this function, so it's printing out only, let me remove this one, which is not needed anymore. which is printing out the information only when the level is true. Otherwise, we get a lot of spam in the list, right? And I think this one is gonna work. So let me test that first. Wait, with the only note that I need to delay it just 1 second. Otherwise, we will still be in the character selection screen, which is what happened to me this morning when I was testing it. So basically it was telling me that the current level was the character selection screen, right? Because it was too early. So I was doing this check like too early. So I need to wait that the character is actually transferred on the, let's say on the right map. So at least the teleport happened. And then if the teleport happened, we can do the check, right? So so anyway, this is not very needed. Like, I mean, you can leave also by flying, but I think it's something that anyway we will have to fix sooner or later. And I was very interested to understand how to fix it, if there was a way to fix it, right? So these are a bit of my tests of this morning, and the only thing I wanted to add was to add a delay right here. I think 1 second will be enough. I think it's matter actually of milliseconds and not of seconds, but just to be sure, you know, we can have a 1 second delay, and I can put a comment here to say why. So basically the comment is wait to have the player actually transferred to the main map. Transfer to the main map from the selection screen, right? Otherwise, if we don't wait just a bit, this check was coming out with the other one. So then we get into our streaming levels. Now, I think that I think I can do it here. I'm just thinking, but I think I can do it. I can do it directly here in Blueprints. I think it's not too much trouble. The only thing I need to do, right? I need to get as an output a streaming level object reference, which I think will be use streaming level array. So I need an array, the output of this function, right? Which is still on the client side. Should be a T array of UStreaming level, I think, because if I don't have it, the problem, I think it will not allow me to use the pointer, maybe because I have to move it to, let me see if I have any other function. Yeah, I think it will not allow me to use a pointer here, because I need to use it like permanently in my blueprint. So let me see if we can compile it like this. Probably, well, it will ask me to return something, but I think I cannot really return this because it will be, I think it will be not valid. But let's see, maybe the fact that it's always client side, it may be enough. But So it will be a T array of pointers to streaming levels on the client side. So in theory, those pointers are valid. I just don't know if it allows you to go through a blueprint that way. But hopefully, yes. Hopefully. Anyway, good afternoon, Tony. Good afternoon, Yorlak. Good afternoon, Hula and Marcelon. Hello, hello, hello. And to all the other the other people that are lurking in the dark. I know that some of you are there, but you don't show yourself. But it's okay. It's fine. Do you want to have the little guys? Okay, let's connect the little guys. Let's connect the little guys. I connected it to YouTube. I do it a bit and a bit. It will be nice to join the two, but it's not possible. Okay, I will need these open anyway. Actually said succeeded, which is nice. So if it works, I think this will be very nice. So let me see if we can get... now, it will not be exactly like this. It will be. I will have to create another array, because this one will be needed for loading, or should be loaded. Yeah, let's say needed for loading is okay. So we will need to have this guy filled up right here, so that we get only the levels that we need. Otherwise we will get all the levels, right? So I will add here this, and then we will return the needed for loading, right? Okay, like this is better for sure. Like this is kind of better, boys. Kind of better. Okay, recompile fine. So let's launch the editor and see if we get... I changed a bit the colors of the stuff around the screen. I don't know if you can see it, but I try to make it look like a uniform color. So it's slightly better maybe than before. So everything is blue, like the music player and the chat and the donations and the other stuff. So I think it looks a bit more consistent. Also I tried to make the font look a bit similar, but I couldn't really make it identical. Okay, let me see if we can get... yes, we can. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So you see that now this function has changed. You see that we have this thing here, which is basically the streaming levels that we need to check, right? Now, the only thing that I'm not completely sure of is or I put this one into an array, a temporary array, or if I do a kind of a for each of this, and then I go back in the execution of the for each, will it use the same array, or will it call this function again? But we can see it. By the way, it should not be a for each loop, but should be a for each loop with break, because we will need to break out of it. So we will do this. Sorry, these are all my tests, so it's not really, you know. important at the moment. Those were all tests that I did to see how things were going. The only thing that we need is this one, and basically for each level we will need to check if the level is actually loaded, right? And well, actually we want all the level in this array to be loaded, right? So we need to set anyway kind of a temporary value, a temporary variable. So I need a temporary variable here somewhere, and we will call it, we already have different temporary variables, but yes, let's just duplicate this one so we are already in the right directory. And this will be temp loading levels, okay? Temp is loading levels, let's say. Is loading levels, okay. And this one will be what? Will be a boolean, I guess. And this one we will set it to false at the beginning. Then we will loop, right, for each of the levels. And what we want to do, we want to check if that level finished the loading or not. And the way to do it is wait a second, this is not really the best way, but I think the best would be the opposite, so that we set it to true, and then until we find levels that are not loaded, I set it to false. And then when it's completed, I check. When it's completed, I check if that thing is still true, right? Or not. Or not. Because the problem is that I want all the levels to be loaded. I don't want to find the first one that is not loading. I want to wait that all of them are loaded. So if this one is doing a loop and I'm checking if it's loaded or not, this one will return me true or false, right? And if I take this is loading level, so if I set it here to, so until there is at least one that is not loaded, I need to continue iterating. So that's what I need to do. Until there is at least one. Maybe I need to do it with a counter then. Otherwise I cannot fix it just with a boolean. Yeah, I think so. I think I need an integer. I think I need two integers. One which is the total number of levels, and the other which is the levels that are currently loaded. And then I just sum up, right? Every time I go into but the problem is that this thing will fuck. No, because it will be executed twice. How do I solve this? It seems to be a simple pattern, but for some reason it's messing up with me. It seems to be an easy problem, but for some reason it's messing up with my mind. Because when I enter in this thing, I think I should write it in C++ maybe and then bring it here. But I want to cycle continuously on all the or I remove it from the array. Yeah, that would probably be the best idea. So I just set it kind of a temporary array, and then as soon as one level is loaded, I remove it from the array, and when the array is empty, I loaded all the levels, right? That's probably the best way. Can I do it with a counter? Why I cannot do it with a counter? I cannot do it with a counter because I think that the is loaded is not only triggered once, but it's triggered at every cycle multiple times, right? So if it's loaded, we'll continue to say, yes, this one is loaded, this one is loaded, this one is loaded. So I cannot really count on the loaded. I need to be sure that it's that particular level. So in theory, it can be this array, and I can feed this array into, I mean, yes, the reduced array every time, waiting only for one to finish. Yeah. I think I need to do it in an array. There is no way. Okay, good. So we will have a temp loading levels, which is actually made of level streaming object reference, and it will be an array, right? And this one will be initialized at the beginning with this value, right? So it will be set with that, and then here what we will do, we will use the value of this temporary object, right? This temporary array, which is no more the one that we called from this function, because the list is fixed, okay? When the list is decided, so I'm not expecting other levels to pop up. Now of that I'm not completely sure, but let's say that I'm assuming that when the list of levels is decided. So then we go into our loop, right? We check continuously if with a bit of a delay, yes, but I had a delay at the beginning, with a delay of 1 second. So every second we check if the levels are loaded. If they are loaded, right? If they are loaded, then we go back. Sorry, if they are not loaded, we go back here, right? We go back here, and and we check again, right? And by the way, I don't need this one anymore because I know that it works now. So as long as there is one that is still not loaded, I go back, right? And as soon as there is one loaded, I'm going to remove from this array. I will do a remove item. Hopefully the remove item will work, but I hope so. Okay. And okay. We also have a boolean that is telling us if he actually found the level, but let me say they should be fine. Let me say it should be fine, but okay. Just for now, we can put another print just to debug and see if everything is working. So we can say level removed. Okay, level removed. So we remove it from our temporary list, and then what? No, actually, you know what? Actually, is on the completed that we need to. Is on the completed that we need to go back, but we will have to check. That. So here we need to check that our list is empty. So if our list is empty, then we are good. So we can do something like get length and if this length is equal to 0, then so this one actually goes here, and if this length is equal to 0, then we can actually break the loop. Right? Because it means that we finished to check all the levels and they are all loaded, so we can actually break the loop. And no, this is not needed actually. Actually, this is not needed, because if it's through and we really reached the end, we don't even need to break it because it will finish anyway. So if I do it only on complete, right? So in reality, I need to go back if it's false. Yes, I need to go back if it's false. But if it's true, I really finished everything. So I loaded all the levels. So here, let's say that we can say finished loading. Okay, so this will be our indication that we really finished the loading. I'm just thinking if I should. I don't think it's a good idea to put the delay here. I don't know why I have it there actually. I think the delay should be at every cycle. So the delay actually should be when we go back, before going back, right? Before going back, yes, before going back. Before going back, we will have our delay. Yeah, we'll make it look a bit better. At the moment it's a bit of a mess, but I will make it look nicer, I promise. Okay, like this maybe. So so in reality we don't need the break here. I mean, it can just be a normal loop, but it's okay. Okay, let me try to analyze it again, okay, just to see that I didn't do anything stupid. So we get the list of levels that currently needs to be checked for loading. We put it temporarily in this variable. So this variable contains, for example, 2 levels. We go here and we analyze for each level if these levels are loaded or not loaded. If this level is loaded, we remove it from the list and we print this thing. If, just for debug purposes, let me say level not found. Actually, this one should never happen, but let me put it in case something goes wrong. If this level is not loaded yet, it will just go to not loaded and not remove it, obviously, right? So and it will wait. Then when you complete this loop, is checking if all the levels has been loaded and so our array is empty. If our array is not empty, then I wait 1 second and I do it again. And I cycle again on the remaining ones, right? Because at this point, this one is containing only the remaining ones, right? So in theory, I should cycle only once. Now, if this loops for whatever reason fails, you will never be able to go out of the loading screen, but hopefully you will not fail. Hopefully will not fail. If it fails, we have a problem. Okay. Okay, so let's test what's going on. I mean, let's launch it and see if it works. At the moment, we don't have a loading screen yet, but we can just check the printout to understand if the logic is correct and if we get the right list of objects. And then I would like to also understand why the black flame is considered to be loaded always, but I don't know if it can be a setting of the level, like that the level is always loaded. It's a bit weird. But we'll see it better now, because now I have one printout only for the levels that we need to load. So I think it's very straightforward. Very, very. How are you guys today? What are you doing? What do you mean can parse value none unnamed? What? Can't parse default value none for unnamed. Default value is none, meaning that if he, I mean, the default is that he has 0 elements. Why is complaining about this? You cannot have an array that is empty as a default? Why not? But anyway, it's only a warning. It is only a warning. Now I have all the maps loaded, so starting the server takes a bit more, because we are streaming all the 100 maps or whatever it is. And so it's taking a bit of time. Until the server completed, we cannot log in. Okay, I think it should be ready now. So what we are expecting is to see in the log file the list of levels we need to load, which here it will be only the podium map, but here it should be already the full list, right? So let's wait that it finish loading, but we can check it already if we want. So in theory we should get wait, I need to search the right word, otherwise it will take me forever. Get streaming levels. Okay, so we search for this printout. Yes, and you see that it's telling us that it needs to load 2 levels, right? Black Flame and the main Hidla city. And then it's still loading, by the way. I don't know why it's taking so much time, but it's okay. Is building distance field, is doing a lot of stuff that in reality, when you have the game, it will not do. But it's okay. I mean, it is waiting the loading of both. Okay, now you see level removed, finish loading, perfect. You see that it took really a lot of time, but we got the finish loading exactly when we saw the world around us, right? So that's perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. So this means that we know when to remove the loading screen. I'm pretty happy about that. I hope it really works as expected, but we will see. But you see that all the not loaded, it actually lasted a lot, and then at a certain point, which is here, you see, he reloaded one level, and then level removed. He loaded another level and level removed, so he knew that he finished all the loading, and so he said finish loading. Okay, so this is where we need to put our we need to remove the loading screen. Okay, so that's where we need to do that. Okay, so that's very good. I was searching for this solution for such a long time. I never really dedicated a lot of time to this, but I was searching on the forums and everywhere, and there is really no information about this. So I think it's good that that we made it. Now, what do we need to do with this? We need to actually add a loading screen. We actually need to add a loading screen. I have no idea why he's saying this. I'm a bit surprised of that. Warning, can't parse default value none for unnamed. What do you mean unnamed? I don't understand what this guy's saying. Ah, okay. I just clicked on compile and he removed the warning. Okay. No, because it was very weird. It was a very weird message. Okay. So this is working fine. So I think I can delete, yes, all these tests that I did. I think I will keep these two. Yeah, I think I will keep these messages, because anyway, at the moment they are a bit critical in our path to get into the game. So I will leave them. I think they are good debugs, and I think it's fine. Maybe what we can do also is to print out the name of the level, but I don't know if I can get it from here, because level streaming, if I do get package name, get assets by package name, no. Because if I do get name, I think I will just get a random streaming level 1, streaming level 2, streaming level 3, and so, because it happened to me already. So you cannot really get the name of the streaming level from this. Can I change the color of the block in the little avatars? No. Ah, yes, I can. I can. So I can make it blue, like everything else. Ah. Much nicer. Well, I don't know if it's nicer, but at least it's blue like the rest of the stuff on the... No? I think I like it. Why you leave me alone on the little avatar game? Type something so you show up. I don't want to stay alone in that level. Okay. So, now what? Now that we have this, we need to add an actual loading screen. Now, the loading screen was having, I think, tips, or what was it in the old game? I think in the old game we were having, right, tips. So there was a message that was sending tips to the client during the loading. Now, unfortunately here I'm not in the best position to do that, because I'm already in a kind of a asynchronous timeline. And so right, check if loading is completed. I think no, I think we need to do it here. No, where do we display the loading screen? We display the loading screen after we clicked on play. But actually there are two there are 2 points when we are loading. One is after character creation and one is after character selection, so we should be sure to catch them both, right? I don't know what I want to put in the loading screen. I think I want to do something different if he's loading from the character creation or if he's loading from the character selection. Because if it's from the character creation, I don't want to spoil the fact that maybe there are specific cities or so. Yeah, exactly. So I think we need I'm just trying to understand where do I do the loading of the stuff. I think I need one parameter here. Okay, I need one parameter here, which is character creation, right? Is character creation. And you know that I have no idea, but I will find out right now if we have two different paths or we have one different path, because I'm pretty sure that in pregame helper, if the character exists already, we are going through this function which is called request character. But if we are creating a new character, I think we are going completely in another part of the code. And I think we are going in I think it should be the character creation manager, right? But there should be here an upload character and the upload message. Yes, this one is the one that is actually doing the upload. I just want to see. He's checking for banned names. He's checking for player name valid. He's checking for reserve list. He's checking for a bunch of stuff, and then at a certain point, get starting location. Okay, so here is finding the location where the player needs to be teleported. And I don't know what he's doing here, but I think he's loading his traits or something. is loading. He's loading all the data from the database. Oh my god, he's doing all the character creation, he's assigning stats. I mean, he's doing a million things. But after this, your character has been validated. Okay. Thank you, but are you getting teleported into the main world after you create a character today or not? Because here I don't really see it. It seems that we are calling this handle upload message, whatever, but I don't see the actual teleport into the game. I see. Okay. Load the character in game. Pre-game helper. Yes. It's calling the same function. Okay, nice. At least it's only in one place. Now I need to know if this one is getting called from the character selection or from the character creation. So I think we need to add a new parameter, right? And in this case, it will be true. So I'm gonna change this. And we'll pay request character will be boolean is character creation or is from character creation, right? Because I want to display different stuff. This function can be used to request the player controller to give a specific character. Yes, but it's not enough. Use the from selection screen to load a character, an existing character into the game, or from character creation. So or at the completion of character creation, right? Again, to load a character into the game. So these are the two points. And okay, so this I think will be nice to have. And so this means that the wait, why I did all of that? I did all of that because I wanted to have this parameter, right? Which then I'm going to pass, because this parameter is the parameter that I want to pass into this one, player teleport to main world, right? And this one I want to pass this parameter. And so this one needs to change. Really? Yes, it does. It needs to change because we need to have, yes, we need to have here a new boolean, and this new boolean will be named is from character creation. Being a boolean, I don't remember if I need a const, but I think I will put the const anyway. Do we have any booleans in this list? No, we don't. No, we don't. Anyway, I think that also, I think everything should be const, otherwise is okay. We need the same, right? Ah no, then it's okay. It's okay. So we reload our, we recompile and we reload the editor. Okay. So let me recompile. I think we're making progress on this thing. No, I like the fact that we have a proper loading screen. Well, at least the capabilities to show a loading screen, because it was very rough, I have to say, to see everything floating, seeing, you know, characters around you, chests that are floating. I don't know. It was really a bit weird. I don't know why it's not, why this thing is not default. Maybe it is, but I couldn't find it. I searched it everywhere and I couldn't find it. So the only way for me was to do it this way. I think it would be so nice to have just a standard method that does that, but I need to remove a bit of bots from the list, from the top list. Let me do it. Where was it? In Streamlabs? I don't remember. Streamlabs. Streamlabs. It seems there are a lot of bots. A lot of bots in the top list. Mine starting the server? No, I can start it, no problem. I can start it right now. You see, it's as easy as that. As easy as that. At the moment the machine is not used, but sometimes it is used, so I think I need as soon as I can to move this to a real server. But okay, let's kill some people. Streamlabs. Delete. Commander root. Commander root is a bot, right? Can I order by points? Yes. Stream bots. Delete. Hula delete. No, no, sorry. All my points. No. Plane shift. Delete. Okay, I think the rest seems to be fine. Another TV viewer. Also, this was a bot. I don't know why I have to do this manually. Why they cannot just fucking... Why they cannot just filter this list, excluding the bots automatically? Okay, but if you do exclamation mark top now, I think it should be cleaner. It should be cleaner. The server is starting, meanwhile, on the other machine, and here, did he recompile? Yes, he recompiled. Okay, so if he recompiled, we can, and you're like, I fixed this morning I fixed this one about selecting the currency, which is a bug that you reported. And if I can, after the loading screen, I will fix also the spellbook thingy, which maybe is not super high priority, but still I think should be easy to fix, and I think I can fix it without too much trouble. I think I can fix it. Okay. So now, in theory, that function should be different, but no, wait. Yes. So when I'm calling this function, teleport player teleport to main world, right? I should be calling request character with this additional parameter we said, right? Why it didn't complain? There is something a bit strange here. Why it didn't? Why it didn't complain? Why didn't complain? Because because it's called from here. Okay. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, and in this case, this one is false, you see? So it's good. So it's exactly what we wanted. Exactly what we wanted. Hello, Monty. Good Sunday to you. How are you? We are fixing bugs and trying to add a proper loading screen because I couldn't stand anymore the fact that we were, you know, flying in the sky while loading, which may be, you know, not always the case because sometimes it's loading so fast that maybe you don't even see it, but in other cases you were standing like floating in the air and with items around you, you could already interact a bit with. So I'm trying to figure out how to add a loading screen, and I think I figured out how to do it. It was not very simple because we are in a streaming level situation, so the levels are loaded dynamically, and so things are a bit different. But okay, so that one is good. Yeah, that one is good, and you did some progress on the particle system. Okay. Nice. But I finished the spells. I did all the 97 spells. So it's not needed anymore. No, I mean, I'm joking. I think it's still needed for a lot of other stuff. We can have particle effects, you know, when the player is using an ability. We can have particle effects when the player is mining. We can have particle effects, I don't know, on fishing, on whatever ability, right? So I think that we will need more and more and more and more. But specifically for the spells, I completed it. Spells need to be reworked all? No. We don't need any rework on the spells for I think for quite some time. I mean, all the effects that I did, I think they are good enough, and we will keep them as they are. I don't want to, you know, redo them again, but we can use, you know, the new system for the new effects. It'd be very nice to have for new effects. Yes. Okay, so what I want to do, now that we have the proper call into the code, yes, and so we are arriving here. We are arriving here. Wait. Exactly. You see this from character creation. This is the new variable that we added. So we know if the player is teleporting into the world from character creation or from or with an existing character, right? So what I want to do, I'm not sure why I have this box, which is including the vitals, connected to this box, which makes no sense. I don't know if there was an original reason for it, but I don't think so. Let me split it because it makes no sense. So this is one thing, and this is another thing. Okay, so this one has nothing to do with the one above. This one is receiving vitals updates, right? That is what this thing is doing. But from the player teleporting into main world is actually only this box, right? And I don't know why we have this mess. Wait a second. Let me fix it a bit, huh? Because it's really not the best. Like this box. Oops, I did a big mistake. This box should go. I mean, it's more related to this than to this one. I think this one is relatable. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think like this is better. So this is the initiate world and character loop. So probably we could even put this down here. Just for clarity. So player teleported into the main world, requesting vitals. That's why I had the vitals there, because we were requesting vitals and it's calling that function. But I don't really care because that is coming, you know, separately. Then I have the initiate character save loop, which is this piece, which I think is nice. Then I have this server side stamina check. Okay. This one is starting an event timer, starting the predict scheduler, and starting this one. Okay. Then here, yes, here is where we are, right? For the new piece. Here is where we are for the new piece. And the new piece is saying that yeah, so I need to connect this is character creation with this one is character creation. Yes. So we can do this and this. Okay, and connect it like that. And we still need a good animation for mining. Yeah, at the moment I think that the animations that we really need is also the combat mode. I think we really need a combat mode, because at the moment when you are in combat, you are showing like if you are injured, but makes no sense. So we need to put in a combat mode animation. So okay, so we arrive here. This one is this, right? This one is this. And can I place an arrow on this thing? Add arrow component. No. No, I mean an arrow meaning... No, I wanted to add an arrow here on the graph, but I guess probably the answer is no. You probably can only have comments, but not arrows. So we do, yeah, we do this. Let me try to make it just a bit more compact because the moment is kind of wild. Well, not wild really, but it can be a bit better. Okay, so so we are checking if the loading is completed. Now, the is character creation should be done. So I think this is the point. This is exactly the point where we need to load the loading screen. We need to create a loading screen. I think this is the place. I don't know why sometimes that is fucked up. I think this is the place. So, how do we do it? How do we do it? How do we do it? We need to have a full... no, I think we already have a loading screen somewhere because I remember that we... no? Maybe we have a loading world, but a loading world will be a very bad idea. So we need a loading. You see that there is this persistent level loading screen, which I don't know what is it, but there is a level that is called loading. Was this idea? No, this is not a good idea because we cannot have the player in this world because we are loading the real world. I mean the player world, right? Have you checked the one free for this month? Yeah, thank you. Yes, we did. We did 2 or 3 streams ago. I checked the free and I got them all. Yes. There is some good stuff, but this month not too much. So I think yeah. Okay, so we don't need this. We need a loading. We need a loading screen. Actually, a loading screen. Now, how can we have a nice loading screen? Do you want to have a nice loading screen or you want to have just a normal loading screen? I don't know. Can this website help me one time? Search game. I don't want to search the game. I want to say search screenshots of loading. I can't. 331. Nice. Nice. We have 331 loading screens. Wow, this loading screen is in 3D though. Wow. The name of the new farm village is Delver. Delver. Like that. Okay, this one is a simpler loading screen. Wow. Well, that's a loading transition, let's say. Loading. Nice. In 3D will be nice. The problem is that we will need time to load the 3D in the loading screen. So we need a loading screen for the loading screen. I don't know. What is this? Yeah, I think anyway with some 2D elements will be nice. If there are some 2D elements that are moving, I think will be kind of nice. We don't have the percentage, unfortunately. This one is nice. I like this one. Generating islands. That is the Fall Guys loading screen. Hearthstone loading screen. A lot of loading screens. This time this website is finally useful. If you search by category, I think I think I would like to have some 2D items that are moving. I think would be very nice. We will have tips. We will have tips for sure on the page. I cannot put a percentage, and I cannot put what is loading because it's all dynamic, so I have no idea. I mean, it's no idea what is loading. Interesting game. Fall Mountain. And we are back to where we were, no? Yeah, it restarted. I already clicked 300 times. I don't think so, but anyway. It said 331. Probably because we have to do load more screenshot. But I think the 2D elements that are moving, I think could be nice. Or or I don't know. I will think about it. At the moment, you can just place it on my screen, but I think we want to have the tips loaded at the bottom of the screen or somewhere, and those tips, in theory, are coming from this message, which I think is a message that the server is generating in the old game. I think so. Message of the day. Yeah, you see, this one is sending message of the day and tip. And message of the day and tip. If that isn't loaded, load from the DB. Fixing this should be loading from the DB. Okay. Because this one in reality is sending also the message of the day for the guild. But sorry, I didn't get where he got the tip. Where he got the tip? Get random. He's only getting 1 tip. But anyway, yes, this is what we need to do. Okay. So we need to have a handle message of the day, and I don't know why we are sending all this bunch of random stuff together. We are sending the message of the day of the server. We are sending the guild message of the day, the guild name, I don't know why, and the tip. Kind of random stuff together, but okay. I don't know exactly why. I don't know why. But we can put all this stuff, right? I think in the teleport player to the main world. So we can put all that bunch of stuff into this call, into this call, whatever it is, this call, right? Because anyway, this is the initialization of the player. So I think we can put here all the variables that we need. Okay. So that one is teleport, player teleport to main world. Player teleport to main world. So I need to search if we have that function ported, the one that we saw in the old source code. I need to see if we have it ported. Yes, we have it ported. Now this one I think has never been called, so potentially is not working. Guild manager, send guild ID, mod and tip. Okay. This one actually seems to be used, because this one I think I used it, because I see that, yes. There is actually a function that is already implemented that is sending the tip. What? What do you mean? Receive guild UI. What? Has never been implemented, this thing? What do you mean? It's never been used. 0. So this one is implemented in theory, but not in practice. So this one at the moment we are not using. Could you implement to the HUP option? What is that? What is that, Hula? What is the HUP? I'm thinking if this is the right way to send the information to the loading screen, because it's doing something a bit weird. It's sending. I don't think it should be sending tips. I don't think it should be sending tips. And I don't think it should be sending the server message of the day. This function is kind of weird to me. I think it's an old function that we should not use anymore. I would just change it because it's I mean, the message of the day, okay, but then you send it only to the guild members, and this is something different that goes into the guild window, but nothing has to do. I mean, why the tip? Why the tip is inside of this call? Why? I think we added it because we didn't want to change the network protocol, and so just to save time, we stuffed here a bunch of information kind of randomly, but it's not a good idea. I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna change this function to be called handle guild message of the day request. Okay, and this one will be a new function. So let me close this. Wait. Don't say. So this one will be a new function, okay? And I will put a comment saying that we should only use. Let me do this. You fix me. Change to send only guild info, right? Server mod and tips sent with the falling is disturbing only for new players. So you like the character falling at the beginning. You know what is the problem is that the character falling is okay, but around you, you have already some of the items and some of the NPC potentially. And so in theory, you could already click on stuff. And for example, you can open the inventory and you can drop stuff while you are flying. And I think this is potentially causing problems, right? I think you should not be able to interact with the game until stuff is loaded, right? So we'll implement another one, right? Which is saying send the server message of the day and tips for the loading screen. Okay, so which is what we actually want. What we actually want. And the only thing that we need is the character. And this one will be called handle message of the day. Handle, how do we call it? Message of the day and tips request. Message of the day is a bit messy because it's message of the day and tips. We can do something like that. Message of the day, tips request, something like that. Okay, I think like this is maybe a bit more understandable. So yeah, basically the reason, Hula, is that I would like to avoid that people can already interact with the game while we are still loading stuff, and so you are still in a kind of a unsafe situation or unclear situation, and yeah. Okay, so the message of the day, which is this one, I think is I think is a server. What is coming from? I don't see it. I see. Okay, so what I need to do, I need to take this line. Actually, I need to take this line. Yeah. Can be optional and only for all players. Man, the problem is that doing too many different versions is costing a lot of time. So yeah, maybe it can be nice, but implementing just an option for the loading screen, I don't know. It's not very high priority. We can do it in the future, but not now. I'm trying to bring in just the really needed functionality. Cache manager, get tip length greater than 0, can manage get tip ID, random range, blah blah blah. Okay. So how many tips we want to display? I don't know, 3, something like that. I think we can display like 3 tips. I mean, up to 3 tips, randomly chosen, and we rotate on the 3 tips. I think 3 is a perfect number, right? I don't know how much time it takes, one at a time. I don't know. I think if it takes a lot of time, I think it's good to have a tip for like 10 seconds, I don't know, 5 seconds. And then if the loading time is taking longer than 5 seconds, at least you have something to read, you know? Otherwise you are just stuck looking at the monitor. At least there is something, you know? Okay, so we get 3 tips, the message of the day, the server message of the day. Server message of the day, which but I think we never used, we never implemented, but anyway. We never used the server message of the day. Depends on the length of the tip. I don't know, the one that you have in plane shift now. Tips are like these are the tips. The Death Realm and Dacro Curse awaits those who risk their lives, for example. Have you been to JoJo's library? In order to play a card and know about the war, you should know as much. Watch your step. Use greed to wave to your friend. It is important you understand the difference between in character and out of character. For example, this one is a long one. Between in character and out of character. In character is when the character knows, out of character is what you and the player know. Yeah, I can count the characters. I can count the characters and base the delay on that. Easy. Okay, so we need to do what? So we need to create a new function, which is in where do we put it? I think we can put it next to this one. No, next to this one, which was yes. Can I stop casting this way? I think I should, huh? And can I have and can I use the get PS controller instead of that, because I'm continuously messing up our code. So instead of doing this, right, which is something that I've been doing so much, instead I should do client, and then I should use get PS controller, which is a function that I added, if I remember right? And it's already returning the PS controller, and then get receive UI. Now the only issue I have with this is that it's not very safe, because if this one returns null, we are fucked. But let's say that we assume that if we are here, it must be a player, right? We could do an if this exists, but okay. Yeah. So what we do? We have this. We have our tip 1, tip 2, tip 3, and server message of the day. By the way, why here is called server and that is called because I called it myself. Okay. Yes. So we will have something like this. And we will call it receive message of the day and tips. Okay. So we will have a receive message of the day and tips. We will put it in our player controller, and this one is the one that we are gonna send to the loading screen. Boom. And we put in next to that one. Because it was inside guild. No, I can put it inside inside character maybe, or quest and events, character interaction, maybe character creation. Let's put it in character creation. I think it's not too bad of a place. Not too bad of a place. We need to, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tip 1, tip 2, tip 3, tip 4. No, not tip 4. Server method. And this one will be an implementable event, yes. And will be as character, yes. It will be void, yes. Okay, and that's it. Okay, so now this function is ready to send the data, right? Now we need to call this function and fuck, I forgot. Okay. Okay. Fuck. I forgot that I need to send this information not through another function, but inside my teleport to player. Mistakes were made. Okay, so no problem. Do we want to pass it as an array or do we want to pass it as an array? Maybe. Why not? Perfectly hard-coded stuff. It's okay. I think it's not great, but it's fine. No, what are you doing? I think it's okay. I mean, it's not, you know, high technology, but it's good enough. I think it's good enough. So we will do this, and then we will just return tips, and I will delete this one that I just created, which is totally useless, but we will add okay. So we will add it like this, okay? And so we will pass that information, and this one will be called by our I think I'm fucked because this one can be called by pregame helper. No, because we said that we call it only once. Yeah, it's correct. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Because I'm calling it here, okay? Only one time. So perfect. Now, I don't know if user manager is already available, but yeah, I think it will be available for sure. And so we will pass to this thing, which is returning an array of tips, and then we just need to modify in PS character this thing, and here we need to pass in a const array exactly like this. A const array of tips, okay? A const array of tips. Yeah. Don't see the need to cycle between 3 tips. Took from a bigger list. What do you mean you don't see the cycle? I mean, you need to cycle, otherwise you will stay on the first one. You mean to have only one, huh? Because you're still on only one, but only one. I think again, it doesn't give you the ability to. It doesn't give you the ability to read something. So we will cycle on the 3 until there is time. And then when the loading is finished, you may be only at the first one, or you may have seen all 3, or... no, that I cannot do. I understand, yes. That could be a good idea, would be the best idea, but I don't want to go back and forth client server for that. But yes, that would probably be the best idea. To just from the client. The problem is that my code is a bit straightforward at the moment. So I'm basically calling from the server to the client, passing him all the information he needs and starting the loading. But yes, in theory, in the middle of the loading, I could get one after the other. Yeah, that's probably a better idea. You are right. That would be a better idea. The only problem is that then I will have to I will have to basically in the loading screen. Yeah, but we can also do that, huh? We can also do that. I think it's not bad. I think you can also do that. So that basically instead of sending 3, we could, in the loading screen, continuously call the server. So basically displaying 1, calling the server, waiting the response, and displaying the next one, and so on, right? So it will be a bit of traffic back and forth, but I think it's about the same as sending 3 at the beginning. So yeah, I think that would be probably better. They would be better, it would just be a bit more complex to do, but I mean, at the end, very easy. But yeah, I think probably will be a good idea. Function does not take 1 argument. Correct. In fact, there are 2 arguments. Why saying that function doesn't take 1? This one doesn't take 1 argument. Why? What argument we have there? Handle. What argument we have there? No idea. This thing is an argument. The character. No, we don't need it. We actually don't need it because in this case it's not send message but is retrieve the 7 mod and the tips for the loading screen. So is different. It's kind of different. But yes, we could have we can poll the server continuously, but let me do it like this, which is simpler at the moment. And I already did it this way. But yes, your idea was a better idea. I think so. But we are not gonna do it anyway. Development. Okay, rebuilding. And then we need a loading screen. What do we put on the loading screen itself? Some gears that are rotating or some... What do we put? I think I can have a 2D element which is rotating. I think a widget. Can I rotate a widget or no? I think I can rotate a widget, right? For sure I can rotate a widget. Unreal Engine, rotate widget. Tun 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 tun. I think you can just do it with the animation, with a widget animation maybe. Probably. We need a client for this. Get word, get authentication mode, get message of the day. Holy fuck. Really? Okay. We need that because unfortunately unfortunately, but do I have the client here? Yes, the spawned character. Hopefully the spawned character is valid. I mean, it is, so. Tips come from the client data. No, tips are on the database. Why you say the tips are on the client? Tips are coming from the database because we can in theory update the tips. And so they are stored there. So you don't have a bunch of tips on the client. You get them fresh every day, like bread. Tips come from the static library, should be on the client. No, I don't want to update. I don't want to update the client to change tips, you know. So I don't want to release a new client update because I want to change the tips. The tips should be dynamic and coming from the database, so we can change them when we want. So if we change a rule, or if we change or if just we want to add a new tip, it's completely dynamic without the need of updating the client. Because updating the client is a very heavy operation for me. What the fuck is saying? What? What do you mean? You want it as a point? What as a point? What do you want? Bro, what do you want? Why doesn't like it? It's an array of f strings. Why he doesn't like it? Bro, you want it const because you want it const. It's not me that I want it const. Ah, because it's fuck it. Okay. Wait. I got it. I got it. Is because of this. It's only because of this. And he's always right. I think in general, if we can minimize the number of information, you know, that we put on the client is better. But still, we need to cache something. So, for example, texture names or icons names or traits names or things like that, we cache on the client, so the client knows also. And the reasoning is that those are on the client because anyway, if you change them, you have to anyway to update a texture or to update a 3D model, and so you will have to release a client update anyway. And so it's okay. But if there is stuff that is purely text and you can send dynamically, unless it's a lot of text, I think you can send it, but also books. Books we have to send. So books. So for books, I think we will have to do something different, right? So we can send a book, but then it would be very nice if you could cache it client side, because sending back and forth every time a full book can be annoying. But you know, this kind of reasoning is a bit, you know, 10 years ago. I mean, today our bandwidth is so insane that I can send whatever I want, basically. So I don't really need to optimize too much, you know, because now everyone is like minimum 3-4 megabyte or 10 megabyte in download, you know. When the old plane shift was there, maybe you had like 1 or half. So, and now people are starting to get 100, 200 megabyte in download or 1 giga. So I think it's starting to become kind of useless to optimize that. But still, you know, if we can, and why not? If we can optimize a bit the bandwidth, why not? Why not? Also because we run on donated servers and donated bandwidth, so if we can run kind of lean, I think is better for everyone. Still unable to make traffic light code. You need a traffic light? Just so to get the entire file of tips instead of 1 tip at a time. No, will be more traffic to send the whole file, because actually here we are sending only three tips out of maybe 100, and we are sending it only when it connects, so it's a relatively low amount. If you send everything, it would be big. Okay, so now we should have our list of tips. Here it is. Hello, tips. Okay, so now we can add that stuff. I think I can do a bit of a trick. Let me see if I can. Fuck, I cannot. Pity. Okay, I have to do it this way. Lazy boy, lazy boy. Okay. So we connect these tips to these tips, and boom, we're gonna do it. Okay. Which kind of traffic light code? I mean, code in Unreal or code in which language? Okay, so check level loaded. So we have our tips here, right? Siemens PLC. So we take this thing, and now we have no excuses, and now we need to create this freaking loading screen. So the loading screen will be under, yes, main menu. And I don't think we have one already, so, but yeah, we don't. So we're going to create a new one. This will be a widget, which will be called loading screen, and fresh new. I think it will have just a big image at the bottom, right? That we will choose one image, whatever it is. And this image will be as big as the screen, actually. And this one will be called image background, and will be a variable, yes. And this image variable, I think it will change based on the based on the fact if you are coming from character creation or not. Then there will be tips. So there will be a text here at the bottom, as big as this, maybe 2 lines, 3 lines. I don't know, million lines. The size of the text will be, well, the color of the text I think can be white. We can maybe have a bit of a shadow, considering there is the possibility to have a shadow. I already has it in a shadow offset. Okay, nice. Well, if it already has it, why I don't see it? Shadow offset. Shadow, because the shadow is invisible. Okay, there it is. So we have our text block. Now it will not be white. The background, I guess, will not be white, but and what? The font size will be definitely smaller than this. And the font, we can use our font. And maybe that's too small. I don't know, 18. And this one needs to be a multi-line wrap around whatever. So we need to have a center multi-line auto wrap, and yeah, and I think that's it. So this one will be called txt tip, and would be a variable. And then what do we do? Well, and then I think we just need to have a setup function or something. Setup. Sorry, I need to create a new one. Add event setup, and this setup will take is character creation yes or no as an input, and it will take the tips array. Right. Now, now the tips will stay the same. The tips will stay the same, and I think we will have a timer, and the timer will call a function which is actually displaying, potentially also displaying different images or whatever. So and displaying different tips. So I think we can have a timer by event, and the event will be display. No, sorry. The event would be a new event, and it will be display tips. And this one will be looping the time. Haha, fuck. Okay, we need to calculate the time based on the length of the tip. So we need to, yeah, we need to extract a random tip. So this one will be not display tips, but this one will be next tip, right? Because it will occur at the end of the time. And the first step, we will just take, we'll just get the first one at the beginning, and we will calculate the length of this guy, and we will multiply the length by what? I think we were doing something like 20 characters a second. I think there was this thing on the dialogues, there was like 20 characters per second, something like that. Maybe we can relax it a bit. we can do like 20 characters every 2 seconds, so 10 characters per second. Well, I think the tip can stay anyway a bit. 5 characters per second. I mean, it's supposed to stay there a bit. I don't know, between 10 and 5. Hello, Shadran. Nice glasses. How are you? So we divide the length by 10 for now, and we wait. And we get the time, right? And we get the time. And so when this happens, we call the next step. So the next step will be, I need a counter somehow. I need a counter for the tips. Which will be temp tip counter. Which will be set to 0 at the beginning, just to avoid any kind of problem. And by the way, the tips I think can go by themselves, right? I don't think we want to display different tips for the character creation. I don't know. We don't have. I think we had a tip category. No, no, we didn't have a tip category. Okay, all the tips. No, I don't remember if we had like basic tips or super tips. Or managed to find out why everything was reddish during the night. Unfortunately not. And so I moved on, you know. So at the moment we will have some red stuff during the night, but I think I will. I posted some questions here and there. Maybe someone will answer me. We will see. But also I need to take. So the work to do on that is really to make a new level, a very simple level made with the standard third-person project. Migrate into it our landscape and our trees, and then with a normal project just do all the tests you want, because the problem at the moment is the iteration cycle. It takes me so much to test because it's our game and I have to start the server, connect, log in, whatever, so it takes so much time. So, and also rebuilding the light takes so much time because we have a big game. And so yeah, so I have to do it in a separate project and find the right result and then move it back to our project. But I think it's not so critical at the moment, but I will do it. I mean, I need to do it one day. I will have to do it, but I was a bit frustrated on it. I was not very happy about it, so I said, fuck it, I'm working on something else. Okay, so we get the first one, we get the length, we kick off a timer, and we show the tips, right? So the tips will start to go. Now, the important point is that one day we will have to stop the timer, right? And so that is why we need to keep a temporary variable, which is keeping the handle of the timer, otherwise timer handle, otherwise we will not be able to destroy it at the end. Okay, now from this From this one, we will do what? Well, we will show the next. Ah, yes, I need a counter of the tips. So this will be get 0, 0 and tip counter. We will increment it. And so the next one will be number 1. Right? Ah, fuck. I need to save also this one. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. We need to save also the tips because this actually will be another function. And so considering it's another function, we need to save the tips data to call it from another function. And yeah. Okay. So here we get this and we put it here. And then we do what? Well, we basically do the same. I think we'll do exactly the same. We will loop on this timer, but I want to loop on, wait. I want to, can I loop, can I choose the time again of this timer or not? I cannot. GG. GG. Much simpler. Much simpler. No timer. Absolutely no timer. GG timer. GG timer. We do it manually and it's better in this case. I was actually a bit naive to think that I could do it with that. Now we need to stop this cycle one day, right? So how do we stop it? How do we stop it? I think well, this window will be destroyed. So in theory, I hope that this loop, when the window is destroyed, this will be finishing, right? But we can also, because what will happen is that this window will receive another message, right? Which is kind of loading completed, right? And loading completed will destroy the window and will destroy this thing. So we'll stop this thing. So I think we can just have a variable, which is like loading completed, which is a Boolean, and we just check it every time, you know. And we just check it here. And if loading is completed, we don't do anything, right? We just bail out, we just stop. So if it's false, we go here. If it's true, we just don't do anything anymore. We just stop the operations, right? You can set it as a blood night event. Yeah, but every night. Every single night we have it. Oh, a new event. Then the next night, oh, the same event. Then the third night, oh, again. Then the fourth night, Then the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, Oh, everything is ready. It's a perma event, yes. It is, it is, it is, it is, it is. Okay, so next tip. So we go to next tip the first time, and this thing start to roll. Now, what we want to do with the background. So this is for the tips, right? Now for the background, I think I want to have two different backgrounds. If it's character creation or not. If it's character creation, I think we will have. So how do I do that? I think I did it a few times. I need to get this image, and then I need to set the brush of this image to something. I think I need to set the brush from a texture. Yes. I think that's the way you do it. And let me just take a random texture, okay? And see if just to see if it works, and then we will see. It just needs to be a normal texture, because if it's not a normal texture, is a problem. I don't know if I put it in. Do we have a picture of anything? Do we have a picture, like, I don't know? Okay, let me put this picture. Lemur 5. Easy. Match sides. What does it mean, match sides? I mean, match sides meaning that the picture will match the sides of the image widget, or vice versa. Because yes, I need the image to stretch, you know, but the image should be stretched, not the widget should be stretched. But okay. Okay, so I think that's it. Mistakes were made because we have the delay before this, and it's a very bad idea because it means that we do the delay before, right? And we need to display the image first and then do the delay, and not vice versa. Right? Okay. We are a bit okay. Yeah. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. In theory, the server should send me the tips. I need to call this setup though. And if I don't call this setup, nothing will happen. This setup. So who is calling this? Here. Here, before everything else, right? We call that thing. So we need to create a window as well, because this window will not be a window that is managed by the window manager. So I think this window will stay a bit on its own. So yes, so we need to create widget from class, and the class will be our loading screen. Yes. And this thing we need to add to viewport, but before doing this we need to we need to call setup, right? And setup is fairly easy. It's taking these two parameters, which we have ready. Right? And that's it. Okay. And then, yes, and then we need to do this. Okay. Do I need to do anything else? Set up a to viewport. Yeah, then someone should remove this thing. So when, exactly, when this thing is finished, because at a certain point it will finally be finished, which is here, finish loading, then we will take this screen and we will remove it from parent. We will remove it. Remove from parent. Okay. And so the screen will disappear. Otherwise the loading will stay forever. Right? Okay. I think we're ready to test it. Anyway, it was working until finish loading, because until here we tested it already. So we know that this works. The additional part is the server side sending of the tips and everything else. Okay? Let's see what happens. And in this case, I am starting with an existing character. Now we need a nice loading screens, guys. We need or a picture of the game or something, or a character, or a rendering, or anything. Pam para pam pam param. Pam para pam pam param. Testing. It's still loading levels, as you can see. Why there is an error? Let me check this error. What is this error? Couldn't find file for package. Rock01 requested by async loading code. Name to load. Blah blah blah. In Oja Road 2. Let me see if I can ask Tua to check it. So we try to split a bit of the work. Wait. I need this. No. Okay. One second, I want to do something, because there is a guy that asked me to give him the credential to enter into the game, and actually he's waiting since a bit, so I want to give it to him. I just need to check his account, but I do it on the other screen because I need to search by email. So username, what? Okay. So this is the ID. Okay. It is the ID. Meanwhile, I think we can log in. Wow. Yeah. It definitely has enough hours. Was just double checking that, but it's okay. Okay, so let's log in. So what I'm expecting is that as soon as I click on play, right? In theory, we should get the loading screen. And now, I don't know if that will be in front of everything, but in theory it should. Yes, it is. Now the tips seems not to be working as expected. Did I put the tips in the... No, I didn't. That's why. I didn't put it in the text. Fuck. Okay, I have to do that. But at the moment it's loading. As you can see, we have a nice loading screen. Very nice. But anyway, we cannot do anything. We cannot right click, left click. We can just wait. And it's still not loaded, you see? Loading, 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 loading. Loading, loading, loading. No, 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 no. Loading, 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 loading. It's loading. Wow, it's taking a lot to load. You see, you need a lot of tips. You need a million tips. You need some mini games that you can click on stuff. I think we can. And boom, we are in the game and everything is loaded. Look at this. Oh, finally. Finally, I will not feel bad and ashamed of flying in the sky. But you can say to your children, when they will play Plane Shift, you know, in 20 years from now, you can say, well, when I was playing it, there was no loading screen, and we were flying in the sky for hours before the game was actually displayed. There was a time of no loading screen. And your child will say, your nephew, whatever, will say to you, what do you mean? Not even a loading screen? What game was that? No, not even a loading screen. So I forgot to put the thingies here. So we don't load, but anyway, it's working. I just forgot to put the tip in the text. The text in the tip. So we get the tip and we display it somehow. Do we display it before the next step? What do we do? Wait a second. So we go directly into displaying tip, right? Or we wait the delay. We wait the delay. So we have to do it here one time. But I'm pretty happy that it worked. Apart from the fact that I forgot this piece, but you know, it's not too bad. So basically, one of my missions is to have 2 generations of people playing Plane Shift, right? And I already have a target. Well, actually, I have 2 no, I already have... No, I have 1 target. But it can be more target in the future. But at the moment, I have 1 target. Which is one guy that made 3 children very, very young, and one of his children is playing plane shift, was playing plane shift some time ago. And so if that guy grows enough and makes another child, then we will have, sorry, not 2, 3 generations. 3 generations playing plane shift. I think he did his first child when he was 18. So, or close to 18. So, yeah. I was correct, actually. It must be. It would be pretty amazing, no? To say, oh, my my grandfather was playing this game. My grandfather was playing this game. And I would say, yes, I know. I also know your grandfather, by the way. Yeah, I have 1 target. At the moment, 1 target. If that guy doesn't make any children, I'm fucked. So I need to write to this guy. I need to write an email soon and say, hey, you have 1 mission, okay? The 1 mission is to ensure that your child makes another child soon. You have 1 mission. Okay, so we display the tip immediately, and we need to do the same here, because otherwise we will not display another one. So we need to do it before the delay. So the first tip we want to display like really, really, really quick. Now, do we want to cycle over or not? Because at the moment we are not cycling back. So when the array is finished, we will not do anything. But what I can say is that if the array is finished, is restarting. Two only? Man, two is a lot. I mean, no, 3 actually. 3 generations is a lot. Is a lot, because in the best of case, 3 generations is a lot. Because in the best of case, you have this guy, and then you have about 18 years, and then you have this guy, and then you have 18 years, you know? That is the best case where you can have... No, wait, there is another problem, because this guy needs to grow enough. This guy needs to grow enough to play plane shift. So actually, fuck, actually is a problem, because this I didn't consider, fuck. So because this guy needs to play at least, I mean, needs to play when he's at least 6 years old or something, no? Otherwise he cannot really play. No, wait. The good thing is that this guy was already 18 years old when I made plane shift. So actually this number doesn't make any sense. This number is not important. This number is not important. This number is not relevant. Okay? So this guy, okay, played plane shift at a certain time, and then he made a child. Right? And then he made a child. The important point is that this child was was playing the game when he was young, and this already happened, okay? So part of the story already happened. So this guy played plane shift when he was like 6 or 7 or whatever, okay? So he played it probably when he was like 6. It was like 2004, 2000. So at that time, right? So now we need this guy. So two generations already played, right? So these 2 generations are green. If you want, I can also put the name of this guy, but you can imagine who is it. But so these 2 generations already played. Now we are here. We are here. We need this guy to grow enough. And I think at the moment, he will probably be... I think now he will probably be 20 years old or so. I think this guy is probably 20 years old now. And we need this guy to make a child, though. As soon as possible. And then this child needs to grow up enough, at least 6 years, you know, and play the game. And so I can speak with this guy and saying, you know what? The game you're playing was played by your grandfather already. That will be so nice. Well, not nice. Will be kind of funny, more than nice, but okay. So the point is that when the counter is greater than the array number, which is 3, we will fuck up because we will go over, right? We will go over. So what do we need to do? We need to do that if the tip counter here is greater than 3, right? Is greater than 3. Now the counter starts at what? Starts at 0. The counter starts at 0 because, so yeah, it has to be greater than 2 then. Because it's an array, yeah. So if it's greater than 2, then we can reset it to 0. Branch. So if it's true, we reset our counter to 0. And so we, right? If not true, we just continue as normal, right? Nice. 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 Okay, let's see. Now, what do we put as a picture, boys? Another game played by some Canadian native people, they're on, and it's fun to see someone virtually hunting on a virtual forest. I see. On another MMO, you've seen all family play. All family, what do you mean, all family? What do you mean, all family? Father and child? Or grandfather and child? And the difference is that for Plane Shift, he will be playing the game that he was playing when he was young, you know? So that's the point. That's the point. It's like listening to Elvis Presley, you know? So it's like saying, I was listening to Elvis, and you are listening to Elvis, and your child is listening to Elvis. Understand? So it becomes the real vintage. Vintage. Papa. Are you ready to see the tips? Fuck. Yes, he arrived late though. This game will always be free. Look at that. Nice tip, boys. Next one. It's never triggering. Ah, yes, it is. Press the big fat O. This game will be free. Why is only going between 2 and not 3? Because I did greater than 2. I don't understand. Why we are skipping 1? I think the first one didn't... But anyway, it works perfectly. Apart from the bit of the tips that are fucked up a bit, but they work. They work. I think we are missing one. I don't know why. But it's working, boys. Okay, we have a loading screen. Wow. Now we need a picture, but we have a loading screen. Very nice. Congratulations. We have a loading screen. So I can put here in the middle... Loading screen. It's so long time I want to do a loading screen, you have no idea. Loading screen, yay! We have it, yay! Father, mother, and child is easy, man. Easy, easy, easy. Here I'm speaking grandfather, grandfather. So more than, you know, more than 25 years of operations. More than 25 years of operations with the 18 plus 5, no, 18 plus 6 or 7. You've been thinking about Elvis? You've been thinking to Elvis while speaking to my new video card? Why? What he has to do with it? Now I want to know. Okay, so we need a nice picture though. I cannot go with this thing. We need a nice picture. Should we take a screenshot of something? I think I would like to have like a caves screen for I don't know. I think I will have to ask someone to make one, but we need two loading screens. Okay, we need 2 loading screens. Okay, now let me just see if I can understand why we are not visualizing. Well, we're not visualizing the first, maybe because it is not connected, first of all. But second, so it is 0, right? We go to ++, then we enter as 1. So we show the number 1. We show the number 1. We do a ++. So we go to number 2. We check if the number is greater than number 2, and obviously it's not. So we go back to next step, and we do what? We go back to next step and we display the number 2, which is also the last one, and then we go here and we say 3, and then when we say 3 we bail out, and we go here, we set it to 0, and then we go into next. Why is not working? It must be working. I don't understand. Why is not resetting to the first one? This is very, very, very strange. It is very, very, very strange. Because Elvis at every new year, no, at every new IP, hear it on the more hardware you can found, because you know the people who buy it have the more better hardware and you want to know how it sounds. Okay, I understand. Every new LP, okay, so every new music, he was hearing it on the bad hardware, okay, because we know people, okay. You wanted to know how his voice was sounding on bad hardware. I understand. Okay. But anyway, this one is perfect. Stone Hammer 4. Stone Hammer 4. Perfect. Okay, one thing that I forgot to do is just to set loading completed. But it seems that anyway the window is getting destroyed, as you have seen. So the window is getting destroyed and put out of the screen, but I think will be best anyway to call loading completed here, and so to have this variable properly set. I cannot do it. Okay. So to do that, basically when we have, before remove from parent, another thing that we need to do is to do loading completed. We do set loading completed on this window, and we will set it to true. And then we remove the window from parent. So we are sure that this cycle is not executing anymore, right? For any reason. Okay, I think it's good. We just need to find the images, but finally we have a loading screen. Pretty happy about that. Now next, next I think we can do this one about the spell book, right? There is a bug that says that the spellbook window is presenting the list of spells a bit in a weird way, and that the text is basically overflowing. So it is not possible to read the thing. Let me check. I think in the spellbook, so the spellbook is an in-game window, and the in-game window is called Win Spellbook, and this thing is displaying the spell description here. Yeah, this thing is a bit of a mess, I have to say, but anyway. Image category, spell description, name, spell name description. Is the spell name which is overlapping, which is going overboard, or no, the spell description is the spell description. So this description probably is not. So let me see if the description is auto wrap. I think it should be. Yes, it's auto wrap already, but I think it will probably overflow down. Let me try to put a long description and see what happens. Description, blah 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 blah. Why? Why is doing this? That is so weird. Why this grid? Why is going outside of the defined space? That's very strange. It is very, 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 very strange. Why? It's not a problem of the... No. It's not a problem of the wrap of the text. As you can see, is a problem of the container, because like this button is going overboard as well. So the problem here is that for whatever reason, which I don't know exactly, but for whatever reason, this grid panel is fucked up. Because this grid panel up here is containing all these items, okay? And this grid panel is the one that is deciding who is going where. So the top grid panel. And so this one is row number 1, column 1. Okay. If I put it on column 2, what happens? Put it on column 2, things are getting a bit fucked up. But let me just check that there is nothing that is in column 2. Row 10. Wow, row 10 is a lot. Column 1. Row 1, column 1. Row 1, column 1. Row 1, column 1. Layer 4. I think I never used layers. Anyway. Row 0, column 1. Then there is this kind of a weird overlay. Row 0, column span 2. But this one I think is okay. So we actually have, I don't know why this thing is row 10. Row 10 makes no sense. I mean, row 3 maybe. Yeah, row 3 makes more sense. If I do row 2, no, because it goes, I think it goes up. Row 1 goes up. Row 2 is the place where it should be. Because this is, row 1 is the top of the window, just this header. Row 2, I think, is all this block in the middle, and now row 3 is just the bottom here, okay? Yes, so there is, so we have 3 rows. So the fill rules, which I think is what it may be messing up here, should specify 3 rows. Yeah, but why 0, 0, 0? No, this is not the way to specify the things. This should have a value, right? Like 0.1. This should have a value as well, like 0.8, and this should one as a value as well, which is like 0.1 again. I just don't know why now everything is spacing out, but anyway, it seems that this is not affecting it. This is not affecting it. No. Oh, now the description just went crazy. Why? What happened? Is it this button which is going crazy, or is it this description? Well, one of the two. I mean, is the grid panel that is going crazy? Is the grid panel? One. By the way, what are all these images? I have no idea. We have images here in the middle. What are they doing? Corner texture. Ah, to shade this part. Wow. Okay. Wow. That's so corner image left, corner image right. Okay. I'm just trying to clean up a bit the thing, but then we have image category background. This one is not really doing anything good, so I think that this one we can probably just remove, because I think it is a copy from something else. I don't think we need this. I will delete it. Then there is an image gradient at the top, which is row 0, column 1, layer 3. These layers are a bit confusing for me, because the layer positive value offset, this cell can be heat tested and drawn on top of the others. Default is 0, no offset. I don't know why we need these offsets. Scrollbox spells, row 1, column 0. This one is correct. This image, what is this image? We have so many images, one on top of the other. This image is another gradient of some kind. Yeah, just to give it a bit of a color. So this one is a color gradient image, right? And then we have a basic background. Yeah, but I don't know why this thing is doing. So let me try one thing. Let me save it like this, and let me delete this. No, let me delete the button, because I want to see. Yeah, the button is basically following the text. So if I delete the text, I guess that the button will go in place. Yes, yes. But you see, it's like if this wall right panel doesn't have a proportion. Doesn't have a proportion. There is row. Wait a second. Row. Why this one is row 1? Inside this grid panel. Inside. Wait. Inside this grid panel, we have 3 rows in 1 column. So why this one is column 1? I have no idea. Exactly. It should be column 0. Why is column 1? This one should also be column 0. And this one should also be column 0. Okay, now everything is fucked up, but in the right, I mean, at least it's consistent. It's fucked up consistently. It's fucked up consistently. Okay, so we have 1 column only, right? So this one should be 1 at 100%. You see they start to be better. And this one should be 3 rows, of which of which I don't think I want a percentage. In fact, I think that this one should have been an horizontal, a vertical panel. This one should have been a vertical panel, not a grid panel. Let me change it. Replace with vertical box. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Now, this one is a problem, okay? That the word is longer than the, right? So he has no way than going outside, but okay. Now, the other question is, if the spell description is longer than this, do you think it will scroll? I don't think it will scroll, so I think we need a scroll win. We need a scroll box, right? We need a scroll box. And the scroll box will be here, and this one will be inside the scroll box. Okay, so now in theory, if this is exceeding this length, so if the spell is longer than this, it will have a small scroll bar on the right. Okay, so now it should be fine. Now it should be fine. Yeah, it was because the trick is that whenever you have a grid panel, you have to specify the fill rules. If you don't specify the fill rules, the grid panel will work weird, right? And anyway, you should use the grid panel only when you have multiple columns. If you don't have multiple columns, you should use the vertical box or the horizontal box, which is just placing the items in a sequence. And that's more than enough. Okay, nice. Now, the other problem that was listed, I think, was that the same for the petition window. Yeah, with the petition window, I had a lot of problems. I remember that. And the problem is that there is not enough space. I think, or I truncate the, I think the petition, Yorlak, are you there? I don't know if Yorlak is here because he reported it. I don't know if he meant this part of the petition window or this part of the petition window, but I think probably he mentioned the upper part. The upper part, I know that we have a problem, and the reason is that I need to truncate the petition at a certain length, right? I don't know if I'm already doing it, but manage petitions. I think I'm already receive petitions, right? Blah, 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 blah. Create petition, scroll box, find event, setup. Okay, so here where we do the setup, and no, we don't truncate it. So basically, if the petition is very, very, very long, it will exceed. What is this thing? Get petition text based on status? Yes, if it's resolved. If it's closed, it's saying resolution and then whatever. So yeah, I think we need to truncate it. I think we need to truncate the problem is that we need to truncate it only in the display, yeah? Because then when I click on it, I want to see it all, right? So this get petition status petition has been clicked. You see, the problem is that in one case we need to truncate, in the other case we should not truncate. Okay, so I think that the point is that this one should have a parameter. Should have a parameter which is truncate or not. I will call it short text, and this will be a boolean. So if short text, so petition text, return petition text. I think in both cases, yeah, I think in both cases, I need to branch, because the point is just that there is not enough space in that line, obviously, to have the whole petition. So if it's true, it goes here, right? And if it's false, wait, what? Oh fuck, I need to branch twice. So annoying. I can fuck, no, let's do this, it's easier. No, we'll do temp text. We do temp text, and we set the temp text before the branch. We set the temp text before the branch. No. We set the temp text after the branch. Yes. We set the temp text after the branch to be whatever it is, right? Whatever we need it to be. And then we only need one return node at this point. After we have set this, we truncate it if this one is true. Otherwise, I needed like 4 branches. It was like a mess. So in both cases, I go here, and if I need a shortened text, by the way, I knew I had this problem because when I made it, it was pretty evident that there was an issue. But okay, so if shortened text is true, then we take our temp text, and I have to turn on the light because I'm in complete darkness. The lower part is okay. Yeah, the tops doesn't overflow on right side. Overflow on the top. Wow, on the top is wild. Yeah, I just turned on the light because I was like in complete darkness. On the top is very wild, but it's fine. Truncate. No, what is it? How do I truncate a string? I need to do a substring or a mid or what? I need to do a left chop. Return the leftmost character from the string, chopping the given number of characters from the end. What do you mean from the end? No, from the beginning. Return the leftmost given number of characters. Yes, exactly. Left. How much we chop? How much we chop? We chop how many? 20 characters? Pling. I never understood what is that sound. Sometimes happens, but I have no idea what is it. Piripling. It's like something disconnecting, but I think everything should be. Maybe is this one? It's this one. Okay. I don't know how much to cut, but I think 20 characters can be, well, maybe 30 characters. I mean, the question is how many characters will fit into... How many characters will fit from here to here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It depends, because it's it's not really a perfect science, because it depends on the characters. Depends on the characters, man. And I don't think we have an easy way to just say stop there. Well, for sure it should not be... Wait. Petition text. Petition text. Blah 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 blah. For sure it should not be war wrap, right? Because this one is made of pieces, and this piece is not aware of the top one. So in theory it should not overflow on the top, because it's not war wrap, so it's not going to the next line. So it should exit from the right. Send a pic on Discord. Nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, exactly. On the right. Yeah. Exactly. This is how I was thinking. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 20, 30, 40. I think we can cut off at like 40 and we already be okay. The problem is that I don't know if I can, but let's cut at 40. And at least it will be a bit better than today. Will be a bit better than today. It will not be very perfect, but better than nothing. And anyway, you will click on... so on this one, maybe I can say avoid overflow on the right. Now, I don't know if the bottom one actually has a scroll bar. This one, no, it doesn't. So if the petition doesn't fit in these lines, it will fuck up. So maybe we can add a scroll box inside of this, and the petition text can be a child of the scroll box. Everything fucked up. Why? Everything fucked up. What happened? Don't do it again. What happened? Because this one was a fixed size 700, 110. That's probably the reason, huh? Let me see. 700, 110. 700, 110. Okay, seems to be better. And this one should be, yes, fill the sides. Yes, whatever it is. Okay, so now in theory, if the bottom overflows, there should be a scroll bar, right? Not 100% sure, but they should be there. It should be there. And so this one becomes No, this one was already. This one, which is what is 7109. 7109. Spell description overflow the edge of the window. Petition suffers the same. So this one is assigned to me. This one is fixed pending release. And okay, in terms of priority, I can put it high. Okay, so this one should be fixed. Should be fixed in theory. Fixed pending release. And let's go. Another one down. Yeah. I think I need a kind of a bug counter, you know? Every time we kill a bug, we do something. We put like a... Every time we fix a bug, we do something. I think some people have... Some people have counters on their stream so that they can increment the counters, but I don't know, it's more work. I don't know if I want to do it. I don't know. Okay. Wow, the next one is insane. Can I do something else before that? Like fixing the co movements? That is a nice one. Active effect, not actively a login. This one is very annoying. This one is this one should be fixed. Okay, let me check a bit this one, because this one is very, 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 very problematic. I mean, I don't know if it's only for... This one is very problematic. Active effect, not active login. I have a Patreon gold counter, yes, which is on the top right up there, if you see it. But it's manual, yes. I manually update it. Active effect, not regular login. So how do we test this? Well, in theory, you know, whenever so whenever you disconnect, your character is saving the effect on the character table, I think. GG! GG! So whenever your character is saved, I think it's taking... There is a script somewhere. There is a script. There is a script, no? Progression script. So if you have an effect on you, yeah, you see, like this guy, that maybe is me, Rerarir, this guy, this guy has an effect. Why I'm seeing things in hexadecimal value? What the fuck? What is this? Okay, text, yes. You see, like this guy has swiftness as a buff. Oh my god, for 22,000 Milliseconds or seconds? I have no idea. Probably it's milliseconds. Okay, for 22 seconds then. For 22 seconds. So if this guy connects, in theory should get this buff, right? Loaded. He should get this buff loaded. Now, the question is it getting the buff loaded or not? And is it displayed? Because maybe the issue is only that it's not visible, but I hope the buff is getting loaded properly. How do I know? How do I know? Well, we know when the character is getting loaded. So in theory, it should be inside PS character load. And in PS character load, there should be something like progression. Yes. And this progression script text should be okay. Maybe not. Okay, see. Load active spells. Right? So it's loading the active spells here. And so the first thing we need to check if it's actually doing this piece of code, but I really think it does. I'm pretty sure it does. Okay. I cannot find this. I cannot find this, which is interesting. So no one is calling this? If no one is calling that, then for sure we have a problem. Load active. No, is here, is here. Is here under create player. Create player. Create player. Do we use this piece? I don't even know. Okay, let me try to debug. It's easier for me to just debug it and see if it goes through that than trying to think if it does. Okay, because it's a bit too complex. So we'll just launch it in debug mode and see if it's going through that load active spells. I don't know if there are other instances. Maybe there are other instances of these load active spells. Actually, what we should do? We should put the breakpoint not here, but inside the actual function. So we can trace back. We can trace back what is going on. So here. Okay, the server is starting. It should do it in theory also for NPC, eh? I think it is working for everyone, including NPC. So it should go through this. It should go, I think it should go through this when it's loading the NPC. If he's not doing it, kind of interesting. For now, it's still loading stuff. Didn't give a shit actually, so it didn't go through this at all. Okay, maybe it's empty or whatever. Let's try to connect with our Rerarir. and see if this guy has, because this guy for sure has active spells, right? And he should go through that. If it doesn't, let me just search quickly PS character in the old code. You can never find the classes here when you want it. PS character. PS character should be a no? No. Is under bulk objects. Where is bulk object, boys? I don't see it. I will never find it. Is here. Okay, so load active spells, right? This is what we were searching for. Load active spells. But okay, it's not linked. Okay. So this guy has an active spell on him, which is nice. Maybe we can even copy this so that we will put it back in case it's expiring, right? Yes, I just copied it, so you can put it back. Let's see when I click on play if, okay, apart from the loading, but yeah. Not this one. Not this one. It didn't go through that. It didn't. It didn't. Very, very bad. Okay, so we are actually not loading the active spells. We are actually not loading it. Interesting. We are waiting the load. Now we cannot see anything. Because we have the loading screen and so we cannot see. Fuck it. I want to remove it now. I want to remove the loading screen. I will never know if it's doing something. Fuck. Maybe I can have a dev mode where the loading screen is not there. But I have the blue thingy. And the blue thingy are saying not loaded, not loaded, not loaded. So it's actually still loading the thing. I can maybe place the name of the or something, loading level or something like that. I don't know. I can some information I have. I don't have a lot of information of what is going on, but some information I have. It's taking forever. Forever and ever. But it loaded in, you see? Nice. Nice. Okay, so yeah, there is no active effect. I mean, we are not really loading them, which is very scary. So it means that something is fundamentally broken. Meaning that this function, I'm not calling it. And current project, let me see. I'm searching in the old code where it was called. If it's only in create player, because maybe we skipped that function. No more occurrences. Holy moly. Are you serious? So we have this one in entity manager create player, but actually I think that this one we are not using maybe anymore. Yeah, my feeling is that this function, which is called create player, was probably called in the past by entity manager, and now we don't call it anymore. Because all this stuff, you see, like updating weather, we do it in other places now. We don't do it in entity manager anymore, I think. Or let me check. But yes, I think that function is not getting called at all. It's really not getting called at all. Yeah. All of this has been replaced. And so basically I replaced everything with new stuff, but that piece I think was left over. I think that piece was left over. So now the problem is to understand where to call it, because okay, we can just call that function, right? But the problem is to understand where to call it, when to call it. Entity manager initialize. No, okay, subscribing to, but is subscribing to this, but yeah. But I think it's at the very beginning. I think we can move it probably in the loading code. This is not very easy. No, I think it's kind of easy, but I just need to be careful of not doing something stupid. So create play, because there is a very important code, you know, very important code, because if you don't get the spells loaded at the beginning, so did I specify the sequence of loading anywhere? Because I think this is what I need. I just need to no, I don't have it. I don't. Well, I have a bit here. I have a bit here, but I think inside character load. I mean, I don't know why we should not do it there. I'm just thinking, you know, if there is any reason why we should not do it directly inside PS character load. Now, one issue may be that this thing needs to be loaded server side, but then we need it client side as well. So that's a bit of the issue, right? That's a bit of the issue. But I think I need to check the sequence, because this character load, right? This character load. Let me do something, because I think we need to be sure that we do it in the right place. Otherwise, it's a mess. So I think everything starts here. Let me put it on the wiki here. I think I will add a new player loading something. So player loaded into the game, right? Just the sequence. I think everything starts here, where you have the the click on the selected character, right? So you click on the selected character and click on selected character, then click on play, right? So that thing is calling this function. So we start here. Now, it's going through this, it's going through that, it's searching the spawn point, and checking if he's in a guild house. I don't know why, but he's doing it. He's doing this thing. Okay, and here is calling spawn actor. Okay, so basically this one creates the 3D model into the world, right? It's called spawn actor. Then after doing spawn actor, is loading so after doing spawn actor is loading the character, right? And this is the function that I was saying that I think I should put it there. Then after the loading, it's just processing the character, assigning to the player controller, setting the GM, teleporting to the main world, and done, and set ready. So and set the client ready as well. You see, for example, sending the weather is here, while in our previous code, sending the weather was exactly in that function, which was also loading the active spells. Sending the weather. So was in the one that is calling this one. So for example, also the default state. I don't think we are setting the default state. I don't think we are setting the default state of this guy. Set combat stance. But I think also this piece we miss. I mean, it's not super important because I think I'm setting it anyway later on, but I think it's a good set so that my player anyway is in peace mode when he starts and the mode is identified, even if I think that this one is the default. So but but we have to be careful there. Yeah, but I think there is nothing else weird happening in between. So I think it's fairly okay to load it inside of this. I'm just thinking why it was not here from the beginning, right? I think we can do it. I think we can do it here. I think we can do it here. So we will call this load active spells. I mean, I'm a bit surprised that he's not actually doing it already, but yeah, because he was doing it outside. Yeah, okay. And I can say was in entity manager create player. Okay, just to remember that we got it from there. But yeah. (22087). We lost it. Why we lost it? But I saved it. We waited more than 22 seconds. I think the question is when do the 22 seconds start though? Because when do the 22 seconds start? So imagine that you have a spell on you, but you are loading into the game for 22 seconds. So do we want the spell to expire, or do we want to trigger the spell from when he's actually playing the game? Understand what I mean? So we have a T0 where this guy is this guy clicked on play, right? And then there is some time that goes, and there is all the loading, right? And then he enters into the world. Maybe this time, which is the loading time, can last a lot. Can last, I don't know, 15 seconds or whatever. So if we have a spell, right? If we have a spell, do we want to trigger it from the beginning, or do we want to trigger it only when he enters the world? I mean, enter the world is not correct. Is because actually physical, you will see the guy here, okay? So you wait. There are 3 moments. Wait. It's more complex than this. There are 3 moments at least, minimum 3 moments. There is the click on play. The click on play will spawn your character into the game. So spawn char in game, right? So other people will see you, but you will still be loading. Okay, so you will be just standing there like a puppy, doing nothing. Other people will see you. Usually the time between here and here is very short, I would say. The time between here can be, I don't know, 5 seconds maybe, okay? But here you are in game. Just you cannot move yet because the world is loading next to you, around you. Then you have here a loading, which is maybe 15 seconds, and then finally here you are you can move. So loading screen removed, you can move, right? Now at the moment, the way the code is, I think that we are starting. Click on play, spawn character in game, loading. Yes, here. About here is where we are starting the clock. Right? Here is where we are starting the clock. For the spell that you have active. This is where we are starting the clock. So in our case, the loading lasted more than 20 seconds. And so before we entered the game, the spell was already gone, right? Now I can make it, I don't know, 90 seconds. And hopefully it will be, you know, enough. And we will see it. Now the other problem is when we load the active spells, are we also sending them to the client? Because that's the issue, right? Because this one is only loading the spells server side, so that the server knows that you have those spells on you. And I think that now it will be triggered. I mean, for sure it will be triggered because I called it there. But this one is not. This one is not sending it to you. So because you are requesting the active spells. Because you are requesting the active spells later on. No, but I think that when a spell is activated on you, is automatically sent. So I think when we will execute this, we will try to send to the client the effects. Now the problem is that if this is too early, the client will not exist yet. I think if it's before this, the client will not really exist. If it's after this, it's fine, but then it means that we don't have to place it in the load, but you have to place it somewhere else, like way after the load. If you want to do it later, okay, let's see what happens. But these considerations are extremely critical because these are the ones that may really mess up. Like you load in game and you don't see the spells, right? And you don't know that you have the curse or a weakness spell on you. So you go in combat and you die and you don't know why. So it's very important that that's timed properly. Okay, so let me start the client as well. So for 90 seconds, our character should have that spell active. Now we will see if, how do I know when that one is sent to me? Okay, you see that is loaded now, and I think it's loaded for the majority will be empty. Yes, for everyone, nearly everyone will be empty. So I just moved the breakpoint after the check that is empty. So we will hit this breakpoint only if we have some values. So only when we log in. We need to wait the loading of the server. It's in debug mode, so I can try to click on login, but it's still going through it. It's still requesting all the levels and loading, and debug mode is a bit slow. Okay, now. Okay. Now we're going in. So as soon as I click on play, let me see when it happens. It's not exactly as soon as, but it should trigger. It's not. Fuck! I clicked on the wrong character. Fuck me. I have to click on Rerarir, otherwise it will not happen. It's the guy that has the spell. It's the guy that has the spell. Boom, 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 boom. Come on, we can do it. Need to click on Rerarir, huh? Boom, 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 boom. Rerarir. Yes, you see, it's basically instant. It's basically... Ouch. We crashed. Heh. I think it's too early. I think it's too early. I think it's too early. Receive active spells. He's trying to send it to the client. He's trying to send it to the client, but it's too early, and so it crashes because the client is not ready yet. This is why I was saying that it's very important to understand where to time this. The problem is that I don't have because after that, okay, so here is too early. There is no way. Here it will just crash and the client will not be ready and will not work and GG. So because after the loading, what happens? What happens under pre whatever? In fact, the old code in the old plane shift was not doing it in the loading. Was doing it in entity manager. And entity manager is it was basically another separate manager which was managing the entities when, I mean, and after they were created in 3D. So that's the hang up, you know? That's the hang up. That's the problem we are facing now. Hello, Maui. Hey. So I'm just thinking where I can place it, because okay, if here is too early, what do we do next? Okay, so next we assign the because the player controller is not assigned yet. So obviously this will never work in the load. Yeah. So this is assign the actor to the player controller. But you know what? I think the problem is also that the UI will not be ready yet. The UI that should, in theory, receive that message, I'm not sure if it's still ready, if it's already in place. Then it's doing the possess. So actually here is actually active. Then he's setting the GM default. And then he's teleporting the player to the main world, you know? The problem is that here, I mean, we can try to do it at the end. I mean, after the weather, like... We can try to do it here at the bottom. But for sure we cannot do it... we cannot do it there. So... I was 100% sure that this could be the... this could be a problem, because it's really a matter of timing. Okay, so not there. Let's try after the... let's say after spawning character ready. So here. After that, after the weather doesn't really make a lot of difference, because there is this anyway. This part of the code will execute like in milliseconds. So it's all server side. It's basically doing nothing. So between here and here, there's zero difference, like zero difference. But at least we have a player controller, right? Which is associated to our character. So now I think we are in a better position. I'm not sure if the UI will be up already. That I don't know, because the UI is getting created. I think it's getting created a bit before. Yeah, I don't know. I think is at the limit. Hello, Greenix. Welcome. We are making an MMO. Actually, we are porting an MMO that we made many years ago to Unreal Engine. And we are at this moment, we are fixing some bugs, and I mean today we were fixing some bugs, and in particular now we are fixing a bug that is related to the active spell effects. So when your character has a spell effect on himself, for example a weakness spell or a buff of any kind, and is disconnecting from the game and then is reconnecting, in theory the status of the active spells should be reloaded, right? Saved and reloaded. And this reloaded does not happen or does not work properly. So this is what I'm looking at right now. Are you working with Unreal Engine, or are you just interested in game development? So now we need to wait the loading on the server as usual, but I can already start my client. We have a bit of slow loading, but we will get through it. I'm thinking to buy another PC anyway, a new PC. I'm saying that already since some time, but I'm because I have the new video card, right? And in theory, I could build a PC around it. I mean, I could buy a new motherboard and because monitors is not a problem. Okay, at least it did not crash. At least it did not crash. The problem is that we don't know if is loading properly in the UI, right? Because we don't see the UI yet. Yes, we have it. Nice. Okay. We have it. So the spell has been loaded. It's a bit slow at the moment, sorry, but slow because it's low. Slow because it's also in debug mode on the server side. But yes, is loaded properly now, which is great. Now the question is if we will properly save it again on the database. Let me see if we refresh this guy. Yes, now you see that it's 32. Okay, so yeah, it's kind of working. So he saved it again on the database with a new updated value, and now it's going to expire. Actually expired, and I think that we will see in the database that this line will be removed. There is still a 2 seconds on the database, and soon, I mean, we don't save immediately. The characters are saved every 30 seconds, but every 30 seconds we will see this line disappearing, hopefully. There it is. Okay, so now it's gone. So now the effect is fully gone on the server side, right? Okay, nice. So I think is now needs to be tested more, maybe with more effects, with more. But it seems that having the player controller associated, the UI is already in place at the time, and so it seems that all is good. Seems that all is good. So we can take this one off. Boom. Another bug down. So this was really a missing piece. A missing piece. Wait, let me just type that after that. I just want to put this here and saying that this calls the BP function to initialize the timers client side. Right? Okay, so this one I think we can save it anyway, so at least it's there. And we have it if we need it another time. Okay, now let me flag the bug as fixed. Or anyway, as ready to test in fixed pending release. This one was what? 7116. So this will be fixed pending release. It's pretty good that we found this one, so thank you Yorlak for finding this one. Nice. Now, by the way, this one is a server side only fix, so in theory I could load it on the server right now, but to avoid you know, a bit of a mess. So the next one will be to merge the audio and display setting into one panel. Okay, this one is a big one, so I don't think I can start it now. Check audio volume loading. Okay, decide what to do with the point light, fix cow movement, enable drink and plane. This would be very nice. This would be very nice to do. This will be very nice to do, but I need to, yeah, maybe the next thing I can do is that one. Maybe. I mean, fixing the cow movements should be relatively easy. I'm a bit tired now though. I think I will stop for a bit. For how much we are let me see. No, I should not do this. I should do this. For how many hours we are on stream? I think it's more than 4 hours, right? Probably. Like 4:30 or so. 4:16, yeah. I think it's okay. I think we did a good run. We fixed quite some bugs. So I think I'm just going to take a break and maybe we'll see each other tonight. Depends a bit how I feel and what I want to do. But I think it was a good session. So we fixed, so basically we fixed this one. Well, actually this one I fixed this morning. Then we created a loading screen, which is very nice. So we have now the capability to properly display a loading screen and not having people flying at the beginning. And then we fixed the spellbook, the petition, and the active effect. So I mean, the one that took most of the time was this one for sure, but it was a new functionality. And yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good. So if you are new to the stream, it would be nice if you can follow on Twitch and you can subscribe on YouTube. And also, if you want to help the game a bit more, you can check our Patreon site, which is patreon.com/planeshift. And let me see if we can raid someone. Maybe there is someone online. I don't know. If you can raid someone on Twitch. No. Every one of my contacts are offline. Okay. Well, then no problem. We will do it another time. And thanks for watching. See you soon. I don't know if I will stream tonight. Maybe not, but I will be here tomorrow. Anyway, tomorrow evening I will be here. So yeah, thanks for watching. See you soon. Bye bye. Bye bye.